Good morning. Give me 2 seconds. I've just done the levels on the premium Discord, so that's looking good. Looking pretty bearish today actually. Let me just make sure I've got my streaming all up and running okay. We're finally starting to break structure, which is great. So we've been waiting for this for a long time. Okay, so I'll just get my YouTube studio running. Right, okay, so today, welcome back. Today is the 23rd of July 2026, and I'm going to go through my pre-market prep. As always, like to know what news could move the market. We do have today, is that natural gas coming at 10:30, so if you're in natural gas, just be a bit wary, but nothing else. The major news that has moved the market was the earnings of Tesla and Google yesterday. And we do have Intel today, Coca-Cola, Boeing, Visa, I believe, and they're coming out the next few days. What's the date today? 23rd. So no, today we only have Intel, so that's the biggest one. So nothing really exciting to happening, but yeah, here we go. We've broken this structure. I'm going to start off with the weekly so we know where we are. And there we are. We are putting in that right shoulder still. Remember this left shoulder, head, right shoulder pattern. We never took out that right shoulder. So for me, I'm treating all of this as a right shoulder. We got our major support area down here at 7400 down to 73 area, this region. We're in a bit of a volume void, but coming into a volume shelf. Keep an eye on that 74.43 area. We'll come back to that later. Red candle last week, topping tail this week. We got 2 days, what day is it? Thursday. 2 days of trading, not quite the volume we want to see, but we're coming into summer months. Dropping down to the day, the RSI though is coming into the overbought, so you know we are due a bit of a pullback based on RSI. Yesterday's volume, look at this. We had a very low volume day, same as the previous day. Notice a smaller candle, but notice the buyers, there's more buyers in that candle than sellers, and that to me means it's pretty weak from the buyers. If buyers were intent on putting in at least a bit of a pullback into that region, you'd expect buyers to be in force, but they weren't. So for me, we're looking at this also head and shoulders pattern. So we've got a head and shoulders. We talked about this yesterday. Is this an head and shoulders pattern within a head and shoulders pattern? Maybe. This is our daily right shoulder, so keep an eye on that. So for me, we are now breaking this major support area as well. We held it, we held it, we held it, we held it, we held it. Finally, we've cracked through it. So it's looking pretty weak right now. Let's see whether we get big, aggressive volume today on the sell-off. But look at the size of the candle already, and pre-market volume is already a quarter or a third of yesterday's volume. Targets, if we're short, keep an eye on 7400 and this support area. Otherwise, we are below the 50 moving average. We closed 1-2 days below it. We had 2 days above it, and we're back down below it again. Let's see whether the buyers come back and we have a force. You know, this could be a liquidity sweep down below, taking out these major supports, and we might see a big bottom tail candle. But I'm pretty bearish today. I've been not bearish, but I've been watching this. We've been seeing weakness from buyers for some time now. I talk about it every single day. I don't think there's many people on the stream. If anyone's around, say hello. Don't know if there's an issue or anything. It looks like I'm talking to myself. That's fine. I'm going to continue on. So that's basically my daily, and as I go down to the hourly levels I'm watching today, look at this lovely, lovely breakdown. It is quite a big move down. So potentially, we might be a little bit extended, and I really want to wait for a bit of a pullback. If we do pull back, I like the retest of this previous support level. If I zoom back out to the area we had on the daily, this zone here, I want to see a rejection around that area. So 74.82 is an area I'm waiting for a break and retest of these pivots, these pivots, these pivots. So we could do a bit of a pullback into that zone and maybe rest for a little bit before we sell off. So I'm watching 74.82. If we pull back down into 75.29 all the way down to 75.55, this zone here I'm watching for rejection. Remember yesterday I said keep an eye on 75.55. Look where we rejected yet again. And so these levels are pretty much spot on. If you missed it, you could have got a break and retest of that area as well. I had a decent day yesterday. Green on everything, which is good. As for trend continuation, break below pre-market low. We are pretty extended, might be a tough one. Look for breakdown below pre-market low. If the opening range sets up down there, then that'll be taken out a couple of levels. That'll be a bit more juicier. As for opening range high, maybe we could scalp back into that 74.82. Keep an eye on 7,500. That's a psychological number. Keep an eye on 7,400. This down here is my bounce zone and target for a short. There is a little bit of a volume shelf to the left, so just be wary of that. We've got a big area of confluence, there. We had a big bottom tail come into that as well. So I'm going to keep an eye on this area. Do you remember I said earlier? Don't forget 74.40 area later. Well, that's the area on what I'm thinking about. This is that big volume shelf, a biggish volume shelf. We are coming into it, so maybe that could be a area we could bounce from. If we're short, let's look for targets down there. I think that's pretty much it. I'm pretty bearish today, going with the trend. So I'm looking for a pullback into that 74.82, into 7,500 area for the short. Otherwise, I'm looking for trend continuation under pre-market low. SPY next. Everything is red apart from oil, which we'll get to. SPX, exactly same levels. I won't go too detailed into it. Look for a retest of yesterday's low. Also look for a retest of this 740 area. That seems to be where we support area. Otherwise, trend continuation back down. There's no real major volume shelf that we've got above, so we can probably keep an eye on that 77.35 area. Otherwise, look for rejection 746 to 750. SPX next. So we are going to be opening up way below yesterday's low, so we are coming in and probably below that support area. Keep an eye on 7,400 today. That is a key area in SPX. If we're coming into that area, we do not want to be going short into that area. So keep an eye on that if you're going to go short. We could also use that as a bounce area if we're looking for a bounce. Again, only in those areas we've defined. And that's pretty much it. 7,500 above, rejection. NQ next. NQ is showing a little bit more relative strength. Well, I'll say that. We haven't really broken major support yet. That's that support area here. We're coming into it. We held it, and that is around 28,500. We do have 2,900 above. Watch that for a rejection. And we do have this major support area we've been watching as well. You can see with the volume shelf. So maybe we've broken it. But this is what I like to see. We put in this pattern. We talked about this pattern for some time. Then we broke it. And we came back in and double topped in that area. So it looks pretty decent for a short right now. If we get to 29,000, I'm going to be looking for a swing play short. Maybe even now. But, you know, we're chasing it right now. Waiting for it to pull back to 29,000. Otherwise, there could be a reaction down at 28,500. But I'm looking for a short if we pull back into that 29,000. QQQ. Let me just open up my other stream because it seems unusually quiet. If I'm talking to myself, maybe, I don't really mind. You know, my pre-market plan is mainly my own. I do it out loud just for accountability. Let's go to. We've got people on the NQ. So I'll just put a note in the comments saying I'm live on the other stream, just in case there's somebody on the wrong stream waiting. Let me just put in, and this is an issue. I don't normally have nobody. I'll just put a link in there. So looking at QQQ next, I like the retest of that 700. Remember I've been saying watch this area for a bounce. We bounced there a couple of times, and now if we pull back into 700, I like it short. Otherwise, breaking down below pre-market low takes out previous few days lows and pivots. So keep an eye on those for the shorts. We do have major support sitting around 688, 690, and if we lose that, look at this big volume void we've got over. Oh, that's not a very good drawing. We've got a massive big volume void here, and I know where the volume is going to come in. If I zoom out, suddenly you see it all. And this big area of support as well. So potentially, if we break down underneath these pivots here, like we are on ES, we could see a bit of move down until we get back into this zone here. Let's just also look at the same on ES. same thing. We haven't really broken down to that area yet. Does NQ look weaker? Yeah, a little bit. NQ kind of still holding this monthly. ES is a little bit on the weaker side. Wait a second. Yeah, so I'm watching for the bounce down here. I'm looking for the short into that zone, and I think it's going to hit, or it should very likely get down there. So anyway, back onto QQQ. Yeah. So for me, if we can break down below pre-market low, we'd be taking out these pivots. I like it short all the way down until we start hitting the next area. 670. We've got a little bit of a volume shelf there. But this is a big area here, so maybe it might be a good swing play. So let's keep an eye on QQQ. Next up is oil, which is the only green one on the day. Oil. Yeah, we're getting pretty extended now. Look at that yesterday. We bounced and retested yesterday's low. Remember I said keep an eye on that for a bounce, and we did exactly that. I also like it down here. So for me, I'm not too interested in the long yet, unless we can pull back down into previous days levels and then look for continuation. So 80 long swing, that's a long play. We're coming into this area. Remember I said keep an eye on this zone. If we hit a massive big volume shelf, big area of confluence, if we can get over 91, then we're doing pretty well. But it has been, let's just zoom in. We are pretty extended, really extended from the 50, really extended from the 200. We put in this lovely curving bottom pattern as well. It's a beautiful pattern. I'm a bit disappointed that I didn't take it as a swing, but we were watching it. I could have easily got in here. I just didn't see it. I wasn't paying attention when it happened. But if we pull back down to that area, 80, I'm watching for a bounce. We're coming into this big volume shelf now, so maybe we can expect a reaction. We said that's around 90. So keep an eye on that zone. It's a bit of a busy area up here, so we could expect a reaction. So no real trades for me today on this, but if oil can pull back down to pre-market low, yesterday's high, I might be looking for a bounce in that zone. And that's probably the only thing on oil I like. Gold. Oh, look at this. So now, remember I said one of my favourite plays setting up is the breakout, which we're clearly breaking that trend line. And if we retest the trend line, which we're coming in, or even retest 4,000, I like it for a bounce. So we're coming into that zone now, so I'm going to look at my long term later, just put it out a bit into it. But I do like this. As for the day trade, we could try and find a bounce down here somewhere. Look at that volume shelf around 40. Big area of confluence as well. I draw it in here. Bottoms and tops of pivots. Big area of confluence, tops of pivots, bottoms of pivots. And we're coming right into it now. And it's on a trend line. So let's keep an eye on this zone. I'm going to mark it up actually. I'll mark it up on here just for reference tomorrow. Let's see whether we can find a bounce around 40. That's looking good. And this is exactly the play. And if you missed the short, look at this. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We broke it. We didn't really come back to retest. So we can watch pre-market high for the break and retest. It'd be a big break and retest, but it might happen. Otherwise, bounce down here. So gold is on my radar today. RTY is breaking structure as well. Look at this. We haven't quite broken that pivot, and we do have a volume shelf immediately below that area of confluence. Let's just draw it in. So let's keep an eye on 29.20 area for a bounce, but also let's look for a retest back down into this area here, 29.50, all the way up to yesterday's low. This area we can watch for rejection, and then look for a bounce down at 2900, 29.20 I meant. So that's what I like on RTY. Good morning Mayo, welcome. YM next, also breaking structure like everything else. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, potentially a break of that neckline there, depends on you want to draw the neckline, or this is the neckline break. And I like the retest at 52,000 short. That'll also, let's draw our trend line in, 52,000 short. Happens to be maybe that zone there. I didn't mean to put a circle in, but it worked okay. If we pull back into that today, I like it short, but let's keep an eye on this trend line. 52,200, 52,000, I like them short. If we're looking for continuation straight on the open, look for a break and retest a pre-market low short as well. Volume void as well, so we are now in that volume void, slight volume shuffle below. Next psychological number is 51,000. We got a level nearby and it's a big volume shelf, so that's got to be a good target if we are short. But we're still holding this zone, we're still holding this confidence area. But I like seeing lack of volume and then a shelf. So usually there's lack of volume, we might expect to see some momentum. And then finally Bitcoin. 64 is the area to watch now. That's our new area of interest. So 64, if we come back down to there, I like it for a bounce. We are putting in that little uptrend which we've broken yesterday. Maybe you could say this is a head and shoulders pattern. If so, at the end of a trend, this is our neckline. Depends where you want to draw the neckline, could be there. If it is a neckline there, we've retested in pre-market low. So for me, if we can break below pre-market low, come back and retest 65, I like it short into 64. Otherwise, let's just draw this trend line in. I'm going to just do most amount of touches. I know we had this area is inverse head, but that is potentially an area we can see a bounce pre-market low, that region. Look at all of that confluence around 65 as well. Not a great deal of volume. The biggest volume is below, but we could be holding this trend line. Remember, this trend line could be anywhere from there to there, so it's that zone. You know, we could be anywhere in there. That's why I'm watching zones. If it is that zone, look at that trend line. 64 is the area. If we lose 64, we're breaking this uptrend, and then look for a break and retest. Remember the crypto chart and the crypto cycles. 1,000 days of buying and then 365 days of selling. We're still well within that 65-day selling zone. So where's that from? May all the way through to about where we hit all-time highs. That's not it. May. It's way back over here actually. Was it January, December, whenever it was, last April? So we could always go all the way down to next November selling, and a lot of people are talking about the 30 to 35,000 there, which we can see a big volume shuffle on the daily. And that's pretty much it. So for me on Bitcoin, if we retest yesterday's low, I like it for a short to continue this downtrend on that trend line. Otherwise, I like 64 for a long. Maybe watch a break and we test a pre-market low. If we get over pre-market high, we're back inside yesterday's range. Keep an eye on it, but we could watch it into that 66,500. And I think that is pretty much it. We're still selling off in the pre-market. We haven't put in a new pre-market low yet, but we are about to by the looks of it. It's looking weaker here than it does on NASDAQ, but we are still holding this zone. And if we look at NASDAQ's kind of at the bottom end of that zone as well. So pretty, you can see the downtrend on NASDAQ, and we broke through that flag. And then we can see we were holding this area. So for me, I'm watching this volume. We're coming into a big volume shuffle right now. We might struggle getting below that area, which is why I prefer to see a retest of 74.82, 7,500 rejection. Let's have a quick look at order flow. Oh, I've also upgraded some indicators yesterday. Notice the better colours on the order large levels. And then I've also added my brand new version of this level 2. So I'm still working on it, but the difference is this one here just shows you what it shows you. I've got this highlighting big orders, so it makes it easy to see. I'm working on performance side of it, but it seems to be working pretty well. So I'm gonna have that on my other screen just as a test to watch. But I'm pretty excited about this new indicator. It's not new. I've enhanced the large orders. So anybody's got the large orders, there'll be a new update coming soon. Yes, I updated all the latest indicators on the WAP store. So if you've got one, don't forget to upgrade. Newer versions available. On the subject indicators, you can get everything for life, including Discord for life, for $9.99 on my WAP store. But at the moment, there's a summer sale, 50% off. So you can get everything for $500 all in. And that's a lifetime of indicators I release, my Footprint Pro, a lifetime Discord as well, and premium. You get all my levels, everything I put in. I've not actually gone into my Discord and updated which levels work, but I know a few of them worked yesterday, and I'll do that later. I've not done the last 3-4 days, but this is a sample of what you get. So you get levels, you get my chart as well, and then the next morning I tick off the ones, or if it happens, I tick off the ones which worked. If it didn't work or it failed, I'll put a cross there, or if it didn't trigger, then it's just left as it is. And then obviously you get all of my trades and all my decent ones. This is kind of my trade database. I used to keep them all on a spreadsheet or in a like photos, but it's easy to have them all in there. I've got order flow, I've got footprints, loads of educational stuff, and I'll be adding to that. I'm also going to be doing lots of risk management and mental toughness side of it as well, so that'll be good. So we can have a dedicated area just talking about mindset. Look at that for a sell-off. 5 minutes just green, just red. Even when we pull back here, look at that no volume. Look at that low volume right at the end, and then we sold off. Could I have been watching it? A break and retest of yesterday's low, a break and retest, yes, double bottom. That's why we like these psychological numbers as well. It's also a pre-market high. Not psychological. That's why we like these key levels, previous day's highs and lows, pre-market high and low, confidence areas, volume shelf areas. Look at the volume shelf on this 5-minute chart right up here. We know it's a busy area, and we came back and held it. That's why I talk about volume shelves every day. So on the open, what am I interested in? It's a good question. It's hard to want to go long when we're so short, but we are really extended. So I probably could expect a bit of a bounce. I might watch for a bit of a reversal. Let's go back on the hourly. There's a slight area of confluence and a little bit of a volume shelf, so that could be one of our confirmations. Make sure I've got my copier turned on. I should have. That's fine, just make sure my accounts are enabled as well, and I've got my ORB buttons turned on as well. So it's on. Right, so market opens in 4 minutes. We've got aggressive buying coming in. Let's just zoom out so we can see the bigger picture. So we are looking like there could be a bottom here. Price was putting in lower lows. Look at this delta. Delta putting in higher highs. So for me, if we break this 2-minute downtrend, I'm looking for a long. So that's my long I'm looking for. That kind of just confirmed. That's another confirmation. We've got a volume shelf in this area as well. That's 2 confirmations. Delta's kind of putting in high highs, so we are all these sellers have been absorbed by all this buyers. So sellers are moving the price down, but buyers are absorbing them all at the moment. So let's see what happens. Whether sellers are exhausted. We can keep an eye on volume. Look at this, declining volume. That's a sign of exhaustion, and we can watch it on order flow as well. Declining volume here as well. Price is selling off, so it's looking good. Even though it's high volume, it's declining, so we're losing lack of interest from sellers at the moment. We have got a new pre-market low. So for me, 74.50 is an area as well. That's the area we talked about a few weeks ago. Let me just zoom out and see. Yeah, that's a big volume shelf. So that's a key area as well. So it's an area I like it for the long. So I'm watching for the long. I'm looking for the 2-minute chart to break out. I'm looking for Cumulative Delta to break out, and I'm looking for buyer strength on the footprint charts and exhaustion from sellers. We're starting to see some exhaustion now, declining volume. Still got a lot of negative deltas in these candles. We've got a positive delta with a delta flip, and we're kind of holding this zone now. We're holding the 74.50 area. So for the 2 minute to break, we need to be over 54, over 55. So I'm looking over this region here. Hopefully we get a nice quick move with follow through as well. Large orders above 74.45. Sorry, 7,500 above 75.20 and below 74.45, 74.02. So not much. So 45 below is down. Here you can see a big bounce. So we've got buyers sitting down here as well. So potentially this is a bounce area. We may even sell off in the open into that liquidity area. But we're looking for scalps first. And then ORBs. It's going to be a tough one. Maybe we can have a long back into yesterday's low, pre-market low. Market opens in 1 minute. Good morning, Sonny. Good morning, Mayo. Good morning, Ron. Welcome back. Ron says, look at the orders at 74.45. I think that's what I just covered. 75.45, that one there. It's pre-market. Let's see what happens when the market opens. So that is literally like a solid brick wall there at the moment. You scroll down, you can see it on the level 2 as well. And on my new level 2, this one here, you can see I've got it highlighted. I'm changing the colours so it stands out more. This is my brand new indicator. So we're coming into that area like a buy now. I want to see a 2 minute break of trend. Over 55 basically. I'm looking for a long. So lack of sellers at the bottom here. Got aggressive selling at 175 and then minus 20 and minus 230. So the sellers here at the moment, not interested in the long yet. 74.40 still there. There's a bit of a battle now. Market's open, by the way. Big aggressive selling coming in. Okay, so the Delta flip doesn't look that great. Let's just see what happens. I mean, sorry, the Divergence, Cumulative Delta Divergence doesn't look that great for a play now. We're coming into that big order at 74.40. Notice this move now from 45 to 40. So that's definitely a big seller sitting there. We saw that a couple of days ago, moving it. He was literally moving it, trying to draw the market to them. So they're obviously sweeping up liquidity down here. Still like it over this 2 minute break. Let's see whether we get a big bottom tail candle on this Delta. So positive Delta, positive Delta, positive Delta. What's that? 105. A smaller negative Delta. Lack of buyers at the high there. So now we've taken out those buyers. I'm going to look for a long. I'm just waiting for it to break this pivot. So now I'm looking for a long. I'm long over that pivot. Let's hope we get the momentum we want in this one. Bottom tail candle, that's what we're waiting for. Break of trend on the 2. Here we go. Lots of buying imbalances just came in then. Let's hit that 10. So close. Come on, buyers. There you go. That's 10 ticks. That's a nice easy trade. It's easier when you plan ahead as well because you're not making it up. Let's see if we can get that 20 ticks. Big bottom tail candle on the Delta. There we go. 20. Oh, I didn't get filled. But I definitely touched just 20 ticks. How easy is this trade then? I'm break even now, so I'm totally risk free. Good morning, 212. Where's my next target? 74.75 area. That is a pivot from a few days ago, so it's not a bad area to have actually. 74.72 I should be watching. Look at this. This is a great trade. I'm going to start tightening my stop, like I said, because I'm on Apex. Trade and drawdown kind of bites into you if you let it pull back too far. 2 minutes, definitely broken. Bottom tail candle. Delta's doing okay. So this is a divergence play. It was also a bounce off of the volume shelf we identified earlier as well, and it was an area confluence. So here we go, starting to put a bit of a red in. I'm going to drop below that red candle. I'm going to try and pivot below reds if I can. Then we have such a big sell-off as well. It's like an elastic band. The market needs to move towards, you know, it's been pulled right down, so there will be a bit of profit taken right now. 74.44, 74.77. Buying imbalances still on the last candle. So negative delta with no follow through. I'm just below that last candle, so I'm looking for it. That's a pullback. So I'm playing the pivots. I'm just tightening up. A couple more. So my stop's at 74.61, and it's still going. Look at this. So 74.50 is what I'm targeting, but I'm just going to move my target. I'm going to be trailing, but I've moved my target to 7,500 only because I'm trailing pivots. So coming into my target, this is like an 80 tick move now. So we've got some, I'm just trailing. So I'm at my target now. This is my 80 tick target. This is insane. Someone at my door. That's a good move. I've got big positive delta coming in, so I'm now going to tighten. I will be back. It's probably going to trail me out. Thank you. I'm still in it. I can't believe I'm still in it. I thought it was looked like a doctor standing at my door, so I answered it. I thought it was going to trail me out there, so let's get a bit closer. Big negative delta. This is a delta flip now, so my stop's in the right place. I'm definitely trailing. Just trade a few more ticks. Look at this, a line point controls, all within a few ticks. So I'm now above that area, 74, 75. I'm at target now. This is my 80 tick target. Look at this one contract. I'm up $1,000 on one contract. Like I said, I don't normally look at profit, but obviously it shows it on when I enter. So if I'm trailed out here, then big negative delta as well. I can't get any closer to the top really than this. Hopefully buyers come back in again. Delta's okay, and I'm out. How about that for a move? Let me just make sure all my contracts are off. Yeah. There you go. That was an easy trade. Boom. Well, Andrew says, quick and painless, well played, thank you. And how about that for an exit? 1, 2, 3, 4 red candles afterwards. Let's just zoom out. Look at that. How about that for a move? So my entry was, where was it? Down here at 55, wasn't it? I got out at 75. That's a 20-point move, and that is an 8R. No, that's more. That's, yeah, about an 8R move. Easy. And that was pre-planned before the market even opened. That's why it's good to have a pre-market plan always. Don't have many of these 8R days, you know, where we just run and run and run like that. But it's good when it happens. I haven't even checked to make sure I was actually. I haven't even checked to make sure I had my copier on. I'll be gut. Yeah, it's definitely on. That's good. So 8R is about $1,300 where I'm trading 3 ES contracts per account. So that's my scalping done for the day. There's no point me over trading them. I am now actively looking for a play on my 250k account. This is my challenge account. And I generally play opening range breakouts, opening range break and retest, momentum, break divergence play, so I could have taken it today on this divergence play. And just the regular ones, and that again, I don't just jump in. So what do we look at this? We're still putting in high highs. So what do we expect from an ORB today? What could we expect? Notice Delta's looking a bit flatter now. For me, I'm not a big fan going against the trend. Look at that big downtrend. ORB, we might be able to scrape a long. If we do, then we can keep an eye on yesterday's low pre-market high as a target, or even a VWAP around 74.93 or 7,500. So 7,500 is our probable area, and I think that's around this where we had this pullback into. So look at this for a break and retest of 7,500 as well. Remember I say look for break and retest of psychological numbers. 7,500, a pullback, and then that last green candle was just lack of volume. So if that was a signal to go loss short, then there was no other. What will it be? So pullback, lack of volume, rejection. Is this a left shoulder where I got out? Are we looking at a right shoulder? And are we looking ahead? Are we looking in a right shoulder now? Who knows? And look at the 15-minute, right into that 20 moving average. Postman. Good morning, Craig. And good morning to everyone. I think I've said good morning to everyone. Good morning, Craig. Welcome back. So it's just waiting for the ORB now. We're on our third 5-minute candle. If you noticed, since I've done all these new updates, that's including the updates to all the other indicators, not had a single performance issue. I was literally about to buy a brand new PC, a dedicated PC for trading. I've got a really powerful PC. I was going to strip my PC into two, one for trading and one for, which is not a bad idea anyway, and one for my video editing and one for, you know, my development and stuff. I'm going to see how we get on, but I don't think I need it now. I fixed a few bugs with some other indicators. This divergence, I think, was causing it. I've lost some of the accuracy from it, so I'm working on updating this Divergence Pro, because I'm not doing it on a tick by tick, I'm doing it on a slower candle by candle, so you don't quite get the same effect. So I'm working on that. Maybe look at historic candle, build up the historic candles a bit better. But not distinguishing my platform earlier. Remember last week, all of my charts were showing out of date data. And it bugged me one day. I went to bed thinking about it last week, thinking, how come my little tiny, I've got a little PC no bigger than the palm of my hand, and it's running the same charts. And so how can that run it? And it's knowing it's really, really old machine running Windows 10. And how can that run two streams, two footprint charts, and I'm struggling with one on a decent i9 process, decent spec machine. So I started thinking about my other indicators I'd installed, because I wasn't on the current machine, and I realised possibly I'm working on a tick to tick basis on a lot of indicators, forgetting, and it worked out there's about 3 indicators I was using, all processing ticks as they were coming in. So I've left the footprint pros processing, but all the others that don't need to be is now being optimized. Look at this, putting in higher highs again, still putting in higher highs. But on reducing volume, so just bear that in mind. Don't get me wrong, I like the idea. Was I thinking, damn, I wish I stayed in my trade? Probably not. I'm happy where I got out. Literally got out with no trading drawdown as well. We're now putting in higher highs still. Could we have found another re-entry? Maybe here as a sign. Small negative delta, so lack of sellers here. Positive, 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 positive. Small negative delta there and on, no follow through. So maybe we could have found an entry here. We would have got the momentum. Breakout on delta as well, so possibly we could have found a quick scalp. Craig says, how's it going? Today's been pretty decent. Managed to pick up an 8R trade from the open. Got in down here, and look where I got my out, that green line. Out right very high at the time. It's not high now, it was. So that's a decent play. Also, we could have also looked at seeing this pattern forming as well. With a flag pattern. Tighten, notice it was tightening, 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 breakout. Could have taken it on that breakout. Stop here. ORB's got 1 minute until it's formed. It's likely looking like the pre-market low, and ORB 74.50 is a bounce. Is the pre-market low area, 74.45, and the high area is likely to be over 74.85. So here's the question: do we like the long into 7,500? Is there enough risk to reward? We do have a 50 moving average above as well. We do have a pivot as well above that pullback we had just in the pre-market. And it's a significant area as well. We've bounced 7,500, 7,500, 7,500. So it's going to be a tough long with declining volume. 74, 79. We've got volume sitting around this area somewhere. 74.80 is below. Not updated. So the ORB is now in. I'm not a big fan. We could get a move. It would be a 10-point move into 7,500. Maybe we had a small risk to reward. Again, I'm not a big fan of this reducing volume. Oh, look at this, and there you go. Massive negative delta. We've broken that 2-minute uptrend as well. So yeah, that kind of answers that question. But we do have a lot of liquidity. Look at all these red lines. 88, 94, 75, 05, what's that, 15, 20, 25. Lots of liquidity above. Potential short area here as well. Breaking that 5-minute pivot. It's with the trend. We've got buying imbalances with no follow through. Negative, big negative delta. Another big positive delta with no follow through. So let's see whether we can. I'm not going to go short. I've done my trade for the day. The only trades I'm looking for now is on my 250k account. And here we go. We haven't quite shorted. But is that a head and shoulders pattern? Left shoulder, head, right shoulder, neckline is this zone. Remember, we don't have lines, we have zones. 74, 74, that was my target earlier. That was also a volume shelf. So if you're looking at that head and shoulders pattern, then this is a breakdown of it here. As the market's not doing much right now, don't forget to smash that like button, please. Makes a big difference, helps people find me. Really appreciate it as well. Obviously, if you don't subscribe, hit the subscribe button, you get notified when the new streams come up. We are breaking that neckline. Here we go. How about that? Whatever just happened then, some big news came in. That's a definite break and retest there. So there's an algo. You can that's definitely an algo there. But had you got in when we said around 75, 72, 74, you would have got 10, 20 ticks out of that move. That's a break. Well, it depends. That could also been a break. That could have been a retest just here. Maybe there's an algo playing that exact same pattern. But on the good side, my indicator didn't lose anything. It literally processed it. There's no data for that candle because it literally was sort of gapped down. It gapped down. So just note the time, 14:49. I'll review that later, see whether we see something coming up on the level 2. There's a couple of big buyers sitting here around 70, 74.62 area. Quick picture of that. Okay, we're selling off still. That's definitely a great break and retest of the neckline there. Perfect. Again, we spotted that in advance as well. Look at that head and shoulders pattern. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. That's our neckline here. We broke it, 74.71. Retested, that algo did it. But if you missed that, then you could have got in on the next one, 74.70. It's just sold off since. And again, remember I said I wasn't a big fan of the breakout with the reducing green volume. And that's the reason why. So what's the other sectors doing right now? Gold is kind of just sitting there, putting a green, kind of doing the same as ES. Oil's looking strong, it's just putting in a green bar. Russell is just doing exactly what this is doing. Dow Jones is doing the same. Nasdaq's doing the same. ES is doing the same. SPX is doing the same. Gold is looking slightly stronger, but it's done the same. It's got a bottom tail candle. I'm just going to compile some code while I'm waiting. Got some delta flips down here. So no trades while it's sitting inside this range, this 15-minute opening range. Right, just recompile with a level 2 code to see whether that makes it better. So I notice there's some orders still being left on the large orders. Just wait for it to load. Here we go, that's better. What news do we say we've got? Nothing really. 10:30 natural gas. If you're in natural gas, be wary of that. Just noticed my grid is a little bit out of date as well, so I just need to take a snapshot of that. Sometimes it's good to fix these bugs live during live trading. You can see it happening when there's lots of data coming. I'll just save that so I've got a picture of it to use. Different notes. That big selling off again now. So if we break down, so ORB I like today, this is the rest I was talking about. Remember I said markets had that big move down, it needed a bit of a pullback or rest. But pullback, I really didn't want to take it until we got to 7,500. Never quite got there. So the next place would be a break and retest of pre-market low. Happens to also be the opening range low. So that's a dual key level area. So it makes it a bit more compelling for the short, and it's with the trend. So I'm watching for a break of pre-market low. My rules, don't forget, it's got to have increase in volume on the breaking candle, and then we use that breaking candle's low or high if we're looking for a short, and we're looking at the breaking candle will be the low of that candle for the short. And it has to open and close below the opening range midpoint. Right. $74.55. Look at that, massive orders sitting at 55. Well, we've got 1,025 sitting there. It's better. So I just had to refresh the code because it wasn't displaying the levels properly. Now it is. Updating much better. So lack of buyers on these footprints here. Only 3, only 1, only 3, only 4. So it shows a lack of interest from buyers right now. Increase in negative delta values as well. Shows more support from sellers. Anyone taking any trades? Not much for me while we're sitting inside this range. Sonny says flat today. Yeah, it's not great when it's doing this. We had that big move in the pre-market. We're over 100% ATR now on ES, 94% on NASDAQ. So it might not be a very exciting day from now onwards. Look at this, we've got a lot of buyers down here. 53, 54, 55 and 50. You can see them stacked on here. Look at that, 55, 54, 53 and 50. And now 58. So there's somebody, look how, and you can see how deep these green are. Look how much green there is. This is definitely an area to watch. This zone here. We've had so much buyers coming in now. Literally, probably gonna. I've not seen a big, thick, solid wall like this for a long time. So it's going to take a lot. We need to have 1, 2, 3, 4,000 sellers selling aggressive selling contracts to get through that, and that's if there's no hidden orders. That's a big wall. So Sonny says flat. Craig says flat also. Didn't even buy an eval yet. Wait until Monday. Yeah, good for you. I saw a notification today on Apex. As I'm an affiliate, they sent it to me earlier. I think it's available. You can buy every type of legacy eval account now. So I'm going to be topping up a few of them. They're my favourite ones. They're trailing drawdown. Teaches you to trade better as well. Obviously, you may blow more. But trailing drawdown's the ones I like the most. And also, they're really cheap at the moment as well. And then they renew every month at 80%. So I'm going to be buying a few of them because the evals give you a lot more ability to make more money if you do well on them, that is. So they don't expire after 30 days. So keep an eye on those legacy. The legacy ones, what I recommend. Andrew says small green. Didn't expect that big of a push out of the gates. Sitting back watching right now. Yeah, same here. In fact, I'm coding. I've been making some little tweaks to my code. You probably see me refreshing. That's better. So I've just tweaked it all, made it easier to read. So now it's much better. Again, it's about having that edge, and that's why I like looking at large orders, and I'm making the large orders work much better because it's really important to see where the large orders are sitting, because that's institutional traders or liquidity. And look at all that below. That is literally a thick green buying wall. Every time the price moves down, we bounce once, twice, 3 times. We're coming back down into it. Now let's see what happens. It could also act as liquidity for sellers as well. Boom, pushing all the way down. There we go, a little bit of liquidity taken up by those sellers, and then we're selling in. Look at it now, they're vanishing again. It's interesting to watch. Where's it gone? So all those big orders are now gone. So that's obviously, they weren't all there. They weren't all bought up, by the way, because you can look at the volume of the candles. It's low volume. So that was, I don't know, I'm not sure I should say that. To me, is that someone spoofing the market, trying to draw the price down? back at pre-market low 74.50. Because for the amount of volume we had, we definitely didn't see the same amount of volume being processed. But I do like, now we've broken that liquidity area, I do like ORB setting up under pre-market low and under 74.50. Let's go back to my 60-minute chart just to remind myself the levels. We've got a volume shelf sitting at 50. I'm going to mark that up. Just a quick reminder of what the levels look like while I'm watching. Zoom in, that's that left shoulder. I'll keep the left shoulder in view. So we've got this area here. I like this area here for a rejection. Maybe we've rejected it already in the pre-market when we pulled back into that zone and rejected. But now I like, this is an area to watch. It's a little bit of a volume shelf. It's an area of confluence. And it's 74.50. We go back, zoom back out. We know that area's been in play a lot of the times. And then I like the break and retest short into this zone down here. And 7400 psychological number. 7500 is above, and I like the rejection up there as well. Notice I've not talked about any longs really today. Andrew says SPY and QQQ keep failing at VWAP. That's interesting. We had that big green Delta break. The Delta broke down. Bit of a Delta divergence on that last 2-minute candle at the high on that pivot. Green Delta, red candle. Price doesn't think that low nor Delta. Craig says, should I trade it out or wait till next week? Well, that's a question for you. Me, if you're asking that question, I wouldn't be trading. Only you know if you're ready to trade. So my answer would be no, wait till next week. Simple answer to a simple question. And like you said, you haven't bought any evals or anything like that, so definitely don't. I would wait till next week. If you plan to do that, then stick to your plan. As you know, I keep saying stick to your plan. The plan's your master, that's your game. And also, if you're asking that question, you're probably asking it because you're starting to have some sort of FOMO, or you're bored, or you want to try to revenge something, revenge trading. I think you said you blew an account, if you don't mind me saying out loud, a couple of days ago, yesterday. So I would personally not trade. Is that my door? That's my door. Schools are finished now. They are in the UK. Well, my kids are finished. Some finished last week. My kids finished yesterday. So I'm going to be spending. I will be away in a couple of weeks, 4 to 2 weeks. So literally taking 2 weeks off on holiday. Look forward to not do any trading. I might jump on the Discord. Might put some levels in as well, but just expect me not to. So I'm going with my family. We're driving down to France, up in the mountains. It'll be lovely down in the Alps. So nice reset as well. And it does get quiet during these months now. So hopefully, Craig, that answers your question. Slight divergence at the moment. Price is putting in lower highs. Delta is putting in higher highs, or just about, and higher lows. You can see this divergence. So what does that mean? It means we can watch for 2 particular plays. Price generally follows Delta. That's generally how it works. So maybe we're looking for a bounce long here. If we break out over 74.65 and Delta breaks out over that period high, we can watch for a long. Or the buyers are just being absorbed by the selling pressure at the moment, and then sellers going to drive it down. So look for exhaustion from buyers or absorption from sellers. I'll be 2 seconds. Hello. How's your day?
Good.
How's rehearsals?
Tired.
Are you tired, are you? Oh. Good day then? Good, what are you up to now then?
Oh, no, not going hot sun.
Oh, that's a good idea. You're hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Don't.
But you can come back.
I am, yeah. Alright. See you in a minute, okay? Bye. My daughter, she's got a show at the weekend, so she's just come back from rehearsals. There's nothing really exciting happening right now. Like I said, ATR is over 100%. That's the average trading range. And what's Nasdaq's at 94%. Dow Jones is 126. Russell's 89. Bitcoin's only 70. Crude oil's 115, and gold's 100%. So everything's overextended. Everything is ATR's been exceeded, bar a few. But like I said, Delta's putting in higher highs. We could see a breakout of this downtrend on the 2-minute. Look for long. That'd be a Delta divergence play, probably over the midpoint. Would that be 74.65? Would be exactly that. You only want to take that if you see aggressive buyers coming in, but we want to see bigger green candles as well.
Yeah.
74.54. We're at 75.55. Do have a lot of orders sitting at 54 and at 52. Not as many at 52.
Is it? Okay. Right.
Yeah, you okay? Good.
We did all the bits inside a little bit, so it's just a bit.
That's good, yeah. So still nothing exciting. We've still got this divergence going on here. Look at this, aggressive buyers coming in, sellers. So we've got a big divergence here as well. We've got 74.50 below. A few big orders sitting there. So nothing at the moment. Not going to get involved in this inside opening range action. Look how we're holding that range. And that SPX, it's just got 1, 2, 3, 4 15-minute candles inside each other as well. Oil's pulled back. There's a potential bounce area for oil right now. Bitcoin sold off after the open. Coming down to that 64 area, keep an eye on that. And then gold sold off as well. Coming down to that 40.50, it's in 40.50 right now. So are we seeing this bounce coming in? Keep an eye on a breakout on the 2-minute chart. We're starting to show signs that buyers might be coming in. Got more aggressive buyers coming in, lack of sellers, so this could be a long. $74.50. Head down. So still nothing exciting. Look at this, buyers coming in, sellers rejecting. So I'm probably not going to do any more trading. I might be done for the day. What are we doing for time? I've been here an hour and a half. Yeah, I've done my hour and a half, and still not looked at my P an hour. Let's have a look. Rhythmic. So I made. Oh, I went far off. I said 1,300. I made $1,288 per account today. That's that one trade. That's not too bad. There you go. Top and tail candle. We're definitely holding that midpoint. So I might hold on for a bit because I want to see the opening range breakdown. 74.45. 103. We've lost those bigger sellers below as well. Just starting to drop off. 45. So we've got relatively modest volume. We had that first opening candle. It's been average volume for the rest of the sessions. Similar sized candles, to be fair. Even the topping tail candles don't have aggressive volume coming in because it just doesn't look like sellers want to sell it. So Delta's now putting a new pivot high. Price hasn't. Like I say, price generally follows Delta. So that just shows that we are absorbing a lot of the sellers down. The buyers are absorbing all this selling down here. Because we're not driving a new price low, that's definitely buyers absorbing sellers. And something's going to give at some point. Something's going to crack, whether that's buyers crack and they run out of patience or money or contracts, or sellers crack where they just dry up. Look at this, we get more aggressive selling, putting in a new pivot low. Now, if we were going to play an opening range breakdown today, then we are definitely going with a trend. We're definitely going with the hourly trend. Going with a 5-minute trend, going with a 2-minute trend. We'll be breaking two key levels, pre-market low, opening range low, and 74.50, which is another key level in the hourly chart as well. So 3 key levels really. Nothing really exciting at the moment. Just sitting on hands, watching the market. So 2-on-2 says in some gold longs from 40.50. What's gold doing? Nice. I do like the buys around this area, breaking and retesting of that trend line we talked about on the pre-market prep. Remember I said oil looked like a buy earlier, bounce area. It did bounce lovely from 91. Here we go. Buyers are now coming in. Look at this big aggressive buy delta, breaking the 2-minute trend. This could be a play long. Not for me, not until we break out of this 5-minute trend. It could be a double bottom off pre-market low as well, treble bottom actually, including that ORB. Not the volume you want to see. You want to see more volume on that green candle though. Inverse end shoulders maybe. Left shoulder head. Is this a right shoulder forming? Neckline 74.50, 74.60 I meant. There's a delta flip at the bottom here as well. Lack of sellers, and then buyers take control. Excuse me. Potentially here, small positive lack of sellers around this area. Here we go, breaking out. Potentially a long play. But not for me at the moment. I want to see a nice clean 2-minute break. This is a 2-minute chart here. We're kind of just about there. Big 2-minute break and then a retest of 74.60 with aggressive buying volume. Also, we could potentially just be looking at a flag pattern here, and it might just continue in the same trend direction. And here we go, looking at footprints as well. Only 7 buyers at the high here, 6 at the high, 3 at the high. So buyers are not interested at these levels just yet, but we are getting aggressive buyers coming in. So remember we talk about market stages on the pre-market. Here's an interesting concept. No, not a concept. On the 2-minute chart, this could be stage. Well, this is stage 4 here. So remember we've got stages. We've got, so not very good 4. Stage 4 we've got the market. It looks like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 1, like that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then back to 1 again. So this could be stage 4 coming down, and then this could be stage 1 going sideways. And if you look at the 2-minute chart, this is all of this is stage 1 bottom right corner. So I put a number 1 in it. This could be stage 1. And remember in stage 1, buyers start accumulation stage. Is this the accumulation we're looking at here? Buyers are accumulating, whilst if you look at Wyckoff's law, you get the volume, the sell-off, the test, and then the break. We haven't had the break yet. That'll be up here. We're getting the low volume sell, and then if it continues at low volume, then you know that's the end of the move, and then we might be looking for the buy. So this is something we can watch for. Obviously, this could also be part of stage a redistribution. So it's a bit like we got reaccumulation. We could just be redistributing here. This is stage 4, and then we continue back down. So that could also be another scenario. So, and now price is putting in a new low. Delta is starting to change as well. So can't rule out the divergence play just yet. But let's keep an eye on this pre-market low opening range breakdown. Wide range candle, we haven't got the volume of it yet. So remember I said about low volume break. This is the test the markets do, or the market makers do, or the institutions do. They test a new low to see whether sellers are going to start selling. If they don't sell and it's a low volume, then they say, right, this moves over, they buy, and then they start moving the market back up. This is psychology, the market psychology. It's good to know how it works, because it just gives you these little edges, early warnings. It might not work. And like I said, we've got two potential plays here: redistribution, and we might be just putting in just a bit of a resting period before we start moving down, or we are putting in that stage one on this smaller time frame. Remember stage 1, 2, 3, 4 when we look at the daily and the hourly. The same works on the 10 tick chart. Stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 1. What happens next? Does this go back into a stage 3 again, or does it do a stage 2? So buyer, it was a delta. We've got buyers coming in down here again. You can see that on the delta. That's why we look at delta, to see where the buyers and sellers are and see who's more aggressive. So right back at pre-market low now. So there's two trades we can watch for here, which goes with the trend. Opening range breakdown with volume, opening range break and retest, again low volume pulling back from the buyers, or pre-market low volume break and retest. Kind of they merge into the same. Still got buying deltas coming in. So I'm just holding on to see whether anything sets up. So I think at the moment, with the ATR over 100%, and with that such a big move down, potentially a short might be a higher risk short. And here we go. I just said that, didn't I? That's exactly what I just described. Low volume test of the pre-market low. And there you go. That's it in action. Now look at that. It's exactly what I described. And that was about 5 minutes, 3, 4, 5 minutes ago. Let's see whether it's got the legs to follow through. We're breaking that 2-minute trend now. We're breaking over on the cumulative delta. So we could find a long here. This is a double bottom off a pre-market low. Again, not for me because it's going against a trend. I'm trying to stick with A++ setups only at the moment. Well, should only stick to it all the time. This is a buy setup basically on a, well, not even that. I'm not a big fan of going against a trend. But there you go. We saw this happening. So I'm going to see sitting out of this now. Andrew says, so close to sweeping the low, and I would have been interested in a long. No. Yeah. It might still get down again. Because look at the volume on that 5-minute candle. Equal volume to the previous few candles. 15 minutes a nice bottom tail as well, but it is putting in that 15-minute ugly whipsaw in action. Yeah, gold. I like gold a lot. Here we go. Sellers coming back now. But is that sellers decreasing selling delta? Okay, it's a bit neutrally here. I'm going to find a potential long, but no more big orders below. Just we're breaking that 15-minute. I do like these ones. This is the drive moves I like. This will be on one ES contract. We've got aggressive buyers coming in. So I'm going to go long. Basically, it's a bit of a double bottom buy setup here. We've broken that 5-minute trend. Getting over that volume shelf. That's kind of what I was waiting to see whether we can get over that area. My stop will be at the low of the day. I'm going to leave that now. My target is going to be, I'm looking at 1R into 75, into opening range high, 7,500. That's my target area. What is my risk? It was about 50, about 16, so it's about $800, $600. Work it out. 50. I got in at $13. Yes, I'm not far off. My brain's not working out correctly, but it's definitely well below. I'm going to let this run. I'll give myself some space on this one. This is going to be a delta divergence play, basically. So we've got aggressive buyers coming in, a big push there, that big push there. I was just waiting for it to break that 2-minute chart trend, and now I'm just happy to hold. Hopefully it plays out. It broke that 15-minute as well, so I'm going to hold on to this. Like I said, my stop's at the low of the day, just below the low of the day. Give myself a bit more space. It is against the trend, but we're starting to lose all the big orders down here now. So liquidities, and look at all that liquidity above. Red line, red line, red line. That's why I like it long into liquidity. Big bottom tail on NASDAQ as well. Right, that's me done. I've just gone through. Hopefully it plays out okay. We're coming back down a bit now. So, but I'm happy to hold this area. Big volume shelf as well. This is kind of my support area. And then look at this. There's not a great deal of selling volume down here as well. So I'm not overly fussed at the moment as it is. Sonny says, did you get your level 2 data from NinjaTrader? So this is Rhythmic. I use Rhythmic, part of my Apex account on here. And I use NinjaTrader on the other stream. So it's Rhythmic on this screen. And on the other screen, the other stream I've got, that is NinjaTrader or Tradeovate. Right, I've been on there for almost a couple of hours now. So I'm gonna, and also sorry, one thing, we had increasing volume on that candle on the breaking candle as well. So I still like it long, despite it pulling back a bit. So let's just see what happens. Obviously, sod's law is I take my first entry and it just goes immediately against me, but I've got a bit of room below. I will be back tomorrow. I'll leave the stream running for the next hour or so. I'm going to flick it over to my other screen, and then this is my main screen is what I will do some programming from. I've got some updates to do. I've been updating these level 2. You've probably seen for the last half an hour or so. Just added a few improvements to it. So I will be back tomorrow at 9 AM. Have a good day. Don't forget A++ setups only. Trade safe, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, thank you for watching. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Sonny. Thanks for everyone. So I'm going to flick it over to the other screen now. And thank you, Craig.